We're live in the TristateWx Weather Center with continuing storm coverage. Have a tornado warning in effect for extreme eastern Clay County and central Richland County. First of all, I'd like to apologize for all the noise you'll hear in the background. You'll hear some buzzers and beeps going off. That's weather service information that's coming in on my computer, so you're going to hear that for a little bit. We've been tracking this rotation for a little bit here in Clay County. Earlier, when we first mentioned it, it was south of Clay City. Essentially, this rotation is tracking along US 50. Right now, it is just south of Noble and Richland County. Clear some of this off here. Right now, it's tracking towards the northeast, which would put it into Olney shortly. Essentially, it is riding along our US 50 counties right here in Richland County. Let me get a telestrator up so I can telestrate here for you and show you where the rotation is that we're keeping an eye on. Right now, all this is it is a radar indicated rotation. It is not confirmed to be on the ground. This area that I'm circling right here in the flashing red is the area of rotation that we are looking at and keeping an eye on. Again, for a potential tornado. Again, nothing has been confirmed by the Weather Service or storm spotters at this time. The one tornado that we are watching that is confirmed on the ground is back in Missouri, which I'll clear all this stuff and we'll zoom out on that. That's the cell that we threw the alert up shortly for Hamilton County. In the next 30 to 60 minutes is when we're concerned about that cell potentially moving into our coverage area. That cell does have a history of producing tornadoes, which we're moving down to that now. Down here in southern Illinois, approaching the I-57 corridor. Right now, the possible tornado is located near Elkville in southern Illinois. It has been confirmed by the Sheriff's Department in, let's see, pulling up the latest info here. That was in Ava, Illinois earlier at 8:30 p.m. It was confirmed by an off-duty state trooper of a tornado on the ground. Again, the Weather Service continues to hit hard in their warnings with considerable damage possible for an observed tornado and 2-inch diameter hail. Last report was in Jackson County at 8:42 of a large tornado on the ground crossing State Route 4. 8:43, Emergency Management reported a confirmed tornado on the ground on the Perry County line at I-27. That must be for a second cell behind that cell because the storm has cleared Perry County. But this is the area of rotation that we're watching. Again, this is Hamilton County. This is where our coverage area picks up. Essentially, if you draw a line, we'll kick up the telestrator here on a fan here because storms do not go in a perfect line. That will draw that will bring that cell into northern McLean County, or excuse me, northern Hamilton County, north of McLeansboro. Those are the areas that we'll be keeping an eye on for this cell that's moving that way. Hopefully, it will weaken and will now be producing a tornado when it moves into our area. But again, this cell has a history of producing tornadoes. There has been damage reported back in Missouri, along with some injuries. There were multiple cars blown off I-55 earlier with that cell, and we will continue to keep an eye on that as it pushes into our area. We'll go back up here to Richland County. Again, our rotation is pretty impressive here to the southwest of Olney, Illinois. Again, if you're in Olney, you need to be in your storm shelter. It should be moving into the area in less than 10 minutes. Again, we give you minutes here on our storm tracks that will update as the storm moves and we get the latest radar data. It will update those ETAs. Again, we're showing about 10 minutes. Again, the latest sweep. Rotation's getting pretty impressive here to where we potentially could have a tornado developing or pretty close to being on the ground. We'll switch back to reflectivity here. So right about where this notch is here on radar, that's where we're looking for a possible tornado. Again, you want to be in shelter. You do not want to be outside looking for this cell, looking for this tornado. Again, as many walls between you and the outside. If you can get into a basement, that'd be perfect. Again, a potential tornado pushing into the Olney, Illinois area. Take shelter. As many walls between you and the outside. Let me check the latest feed for the National Weather Service out of Lincoln. See if we have any reports. No information right now to the National Weather Service in Lincoln, Illinois. That's where that warning comes from for Clay, Richland, and Lawrence County. They do have a tank battery fire west of Clay City. Again, that's where we first spotted that rotation on radar. Started to become concerned about the potential for a tornado. That was back here in southeast Clay County. Again, all the information we continue to get is with that cell that we're keeping an eye on that is to the west of Hamilton County. Again, if you're in Hamilton County, go ahead and get that game plan ready. Be prepared for what you're going to do whenever that tornado warning is issued for your county. Check some more products here. It's our gate-to-gate shear. Obviously, we're seeing the shear marker, seeing our tornado signature. That's non-traditional product here. Not seeing any debris on radar right now, so that's a good thing, but still we have pretty good rotation here to the south of Olney, Illinois. Should be in Olney at proper right now at this point. Again, some other towns in the path: Claremont, Sumner, eventually Bridgeport, Lawrenceville, and Byrd. See if it stays on this path. Again, that warning only goes for Richland County at this time. We could see it eventually extended into Lawrence County, Illinois. So if you're in Lawrence County, go ahead and get that tornado action plan in place. Be ready to seek shelter. You got some bad radar data here, so that velocity does not look good on that. Let's switch to another product, see if we can get. That's not any better here, so that clears it up just a little bit. Again, that rotation is essentially on top of Olney, Illinois right now. So if there's a possible tornado, it's going through the south, potentially the south side of Olney, Illinois right now along US 50. If you're in Olney, Illinois, remain in your shelter. Hopefully we will not have any damage reports. Again, we haven't received anything from the National Weather Service at this point. Again, the latest update from the Weather Service here: circulation with the storm about to come into Olney, like we've been saying. Nothing's been confirmed at this point. Again, still a Doppler radar indicated tornado that we continue to watch. Tracking along US 50. Activate that real quick. Again, we're looking at this from the Evansville radar, which essentially has the best vantage point. Lincoln, Illinois, that radar is a little bit further away, so we'll use the Evansville radar to continue to watch this cell as it continues to move quickly off to the east at about 33 miles an hour. Again, not as fast as some of the other cells have been moving tonight, but still have at least some time to get into that safe place and prepare for the potential for a tornado. Again, no reports yet. We continue to watch our sources to see if we have any confirmed reports. So far so good. Nothing confirmed yet, but still some impressive rotation as we wait for the latest update. Take a look at hail. Again, our best hail probability is up here in northeast Richland County, getting ready to push into Lawrence County, which cleared off here. So that product should be updating. We'll go back to velocity here. And still some pretty impressive rotation here. And Olney should be pushing into the east side of Olney. We're getting a new update right now, so we'll see where that rotation is relative to a little while ago. Again, yeah, that rotation has moved quickly off to the east. So we're talking the east side of Olney, pushing between Olney and Claremont along US 50. That rotation essentially is riding along US 50. So if we have a tornado on the ground, we'd assume we'd get some reports here, especially pushing through populated areas. We'd expect some reports from local citizens or even law enforcement if we do have a tornado on the ground. Again, still a Doppler radar indicated tornado. Some 1-inch diameter hail will be possible, which will be here on the to the northeast of the circulation. You'll get the hail before you'll see the tornado. Again, some pretty impressive rotation. Let's get this lightning off here. Clear that up. This is our area rotation that we're looking at right here. Pull the telestrator back up. Circle that for you. Again, essentially this rotation's been riding along US 50. It will continue to push off to the east at about 33 miles an hour. So should see unless this rotation drops off here in the next scan or two, I think we will see an extension of that tornado warning into northern Lawrence County. That will likely include Lawrenceville, Bridgeport, Sumner, Birds, again, in that area. So go ahead and get that tornado safe plan in place. Go ahead and prepare to head to your safe shelter right now for the potential for a tornado. Again, nothing's been confirmed. Looking at my other radar product here, again, a very impressive signature on radar for rotation. Again, pushing to the on the east side of Olney, pushing between Olney and Claremont. Again, riding right along the US 50 corridor here. Still looking for updates. Again, nothing out of the Lincoln, Illinois National Weather Service office. Still a lot coming out of the Paducah office with that potential tornadic storm that will affect Hamilton County here shortly. We'll go ahead and clear this off. We'll take a ride back down there and take a look at that cell. Again, still some impressive rotation with the latest update. Again, pushing just slightly north and west of Claremont right now in northern Richland County, northeastern Richland County. Still a Doppler radar indicated no tornado. Still nothing confirmed from law enforcement or anybody in Richland County at this point. Let's update our storm tracks. I'm about to go manually in here and do a new storm track with our latest rotation because the Weather Service has not updated their tornado warning information yet. Well, trying to get you a decent track in here of relevant information. Go based off our computer track right now. Essentially a Claremont here in the next 20 seconds. Again, you can see the live rundown clock over here on the right side of the screen. Again, kind of clipping the northern portions of Lawrence County here. Again, we'll wait for the official update here from the Weather Service, which they should be putting an update out here shortly. Again, still nothing confirmed with this tornado. Still no updates from the National Weather Service. So good so far, but again, still some pretty strong rotation, so likely at least a funnel cloud or potentially a brief tornado touchdown. Again, nothing's been confirmed, but still some very impressive rotation with this. Taking a look at another radar product. Never did have a debris signature, so that's a good sign. here, so we'll take a look at the latest velocity here in a second. And we still got some pretty decent rotation again to the north of Claremont. Again, that's getting ready to push into northwestern Lawrence County, and we will likely see a tornado warning issued for that area, I imagine, here any minute now, so we'll wait for that to come out. We're going to slide back out here and go to this cell that's back here in southern Illinois, getting ready to push into the Benton, Illinois area. Again, this storm has a history of producing a tornado. There's been considerable damage. Again, here's the information off of it. Moving east at 47 miles an hour. Again, the tornado damage threat is considerable. It is a radar indicated tornado based off this. Again, you see the new warning just popped up on the screen here for Hamilton County. Again, like we mentioned a while ago, we were concerned about this tornadic storm moving into Hamilton County, and we assumed this warning would be extended into the area again. The National Weather Service continues to use the text, considerable damage from a tornado. Again, the area of rotation that we're looking at here, I'll pull up the telestrator and show you. Again, this is the area where the rotation where the tornado is. Again, they're still going radar indicated right now, but there has been multiple reports back to the west of this being a tornado on the ground. So we want to treat it like this is still on the ground. There's been numerous reports of damage from through the path of this storm, so we want to get the tornado safe place. Many walls between you and the outside. If you have a basement, it's perfect. It's the best place to be. Pulling up our pathcast here. Buckner, which is outside of our area, in a minute. West City in 6 minutes. Benton 7 minutes. Macedonia in 23 minutes. McLeansboro, you got 35 minutes before this tornado will be in town. Norris City eventually in 49 minutes, Enfield in 49 minutes, and Springerton in 50 minutes. Again, those are both, all those counties at the bottom are in our coverage area here. Again, this is for a severe thunderstorm of a history of producing tornadoes pushing into Hamilton County. Latest from the National Weather Service in Paducah. Again, they're just saying tornadic circulation heading for Mulkeytown, Christopher, and the Buckner area. You know, it'll be in Buckner pretty much right now. With the countdown, you can see it's 12 seconds. Again, this storm has a history of producing a tornado. There have been injuries reported, damage back in Perry County, Missouri. Switch, look at the radar product down here. And that rotation is just north of Benton, Illinois. Again, it's probably a rain-wrapped tornado, so you're not going to see the tornado, so don't venture outside and make an attempt to see if you can see the tornado. Heavy rain might obscure the tornado. Again, that tornado is potentially along I-57 right now in southern Illinois. Again, a considerable damage threat from the tornado. We'll read the text from the National Weather Service. Again, this tornado warning goes until 9:45 for western Hamilton County, eastern Franklin County, and southeastern Jefferson County. Again, at 8:58, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Christopher, moving east at 45 miles an hour. It's a PDS tornado warning. When the National Weather Service uses a PDS situation, it's something you want to take serious. Source, again, it's radar indicated rotation. This storm has produced significant damage along its path, like we mentioned, pretty much from southeast Missouri, Perry County, and southeast Missouri, all the way to the present location. Again, it's a life-threatening situation. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside. If you have a basement, that's where you want to be. If you're in a mobile home, if you can get out in the ditch outside, you want to be in the lowest possible place. You know, if you're out on the interstate, avoid highway overpasses. You do not want to seek shelter under those. You want to seek shelter in a ditch. Just seek as much shelter as possible for this potential tornado. slide back up here and take another quick look here at our cell here in Richland County. Again, we're seeing that rotation still. It's approaching the Richland-Lawrence County line to the northwest of Sumner, Illinois. Again, that tornado warning has not been extended yet for Lawrence County, but we should see that extended. That would be up to the National Weather Service in Lincoln. We'll check to see if they have any additional information there. Let's see, no damage was reported in southeast Clay County. That's where we initially had the rotation, which was south of Clay City. And that's the only information we have from the National Weather Service in Lincoln with that cell. Back with the cell that's approaching Hamilton County, and the latest scan on that rotation, it's not as impressive in Richland County, which actually they just went ahead and extended the tornado warning. So new tornado warning out for Lawrence County. Again, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. Cell's moving east at 44. Still nothing confirmed. We'll throw a path cast on that before we head back south, so we'll cover that, and we'll come back up and take a look at this cell here in a little bit. If you're in Birds, you have 18 minutes. Russellville, 27 minutes. Emerson, Oaktown, that's getting into Knox County. So if this rotation holds together, and the National Weather Service, which will switch over to Indianapolis, then they'll make a decision on if they're going to issue a tornado warning for a continuation of this cell. But we're keeping an eye on it. If that rotation picks up, we'll come back up here and take a look at that. But we're going to move back down here to the Hamilton County cell. Again, it has the history of producing a tornado, damaging tornado. That rotation is essentially near Benton, Illinois right now. That was the latest information from the National Weather Service. Again, they're calling strong rotation heading to the north side of Benton, Illinois. This is the area that they're talking about right here. Check a couple products here. And not seeing a debris signature like earlier. Again, here's our hook. This is the area on our reflectivity here that the National Weather Service is talking about there on the north side of Benton, Illinois. So this is the area that we're watching right here. Switch back to velocity. So if we have a possible tornado, it's pretty much along I-57 now in southern Illinois, heading towards Macedonia and McLeansboro. Again, if you're in those two towns, you need to seek shelter immediately. You want to be in a basement, away from outside walls. Again, this storm has a history of producing damage and is likely still producing damage. And we haven't had any confirmed reports in a while, but that still does not mean a tornado is not on the ground. You need to seek shelter immediately. Put it in motion. You can see back here in Elkville where that tornado was. Rotation's not as impressive as earlier, but still could be cycling. We want to be prepared for the storm to pulse back up and drop another tornado. You can see the path that it made from back here in Perryville, Missouri, back across Mississippi River here, continues off to a east-northeast path towards Hamilton County. Again, that's the cell we're watching that has a history of producing a tornado and considerable damage in the path. Check out some latest. Alright. The latest update from Franklin County, Illinois was a confirmed tornado at 8:55 p.m. That was in 3 miles west-southwest of Christopher, which is in Franklin County, Illinois. That was reported by Emergency Management. Again, they're reporting widespread structure damage reported along Yellow Banks Road in 3 miles west-southwest of Christopher, Illinois, back in Franklin County, which is right here. So relative to where our rotation is right here, again, our possible tornado is right here on the northeast side of Benton, Illinois. Let's see, got another update for the Weather Service here. Again, fire rescue essentially reporting the same thing. Tornado on the ground, widespread damage reported. Track is heading towards the community of Benton. Again, the rotation's not as impressive as a while ago, but it could be cycling. We don't want to let our guard down. This storm has a history of producing a damaging tornado. We want to get in our safe place and stay there until the storm has passed. Again, if you're in Hamilton County, Macedonia, McLeansboro, you need to be in your tornado safe area. Latest pathcast: Buckner will be there in 1 minute, West City 6 minutes, Benton it's already there. Let's update this here. So McLeansboro in about 35 minutes, 23 minutes for Macedonia, Norris City. Again, we're waiting for a new warning for that area, which will probably be shortly, with the history that this storm has. We'll go in here and throw a manual storm track on it. Those are some older times, so we want to get you some updated times here. If we have a tornado here, switching back to reflectivity here, it's most likely going to be rain wraps. You're not going to see that tornado again. Our possible tornado is located here to the east of Benton, Illinois. It's heading towards Macedonia and McLeansboro. Again, you guys are pretty much in direct path of this tornado. You need to seek shelter. Anybody that's in this polygon, you need to respect the polygon here. If you're inside this polygon, you need to be in your tornado safe area, again, for the potential for a tornadic storm. Get the actual speed here. Get the last weather series speed here, which is about 45. So updated pathcast: Macedonia in 7 minutes, McLeansboro in 20, Enfield, Springerton, Burnt Prairie, and Crossville. Again, keep your guard up based on this current track. Again, these storms, they don't go directly in a straight line. They can change paths. So use this pathcast freely. Again, if you're anywhere in the path of the storm, even ahead, think about that tornado safe plan right now. Go ahead and activate it. Prepare to go to your shelter. Know what you're going to do as soon as the storm hits. Again, we're getting the latest scan up here. Switch back to my velocity so I can take a look at the rotation. Again, possible tornado now is located near Ewing to the south. Finish this update here. Pull up our telestrator again. I'll circle that area for you. Again, this is where our possible tornado is. Heading off to the east-northeast. Again, if you're in the polygon here, you want to seek shelter. We'll zoom in here just a little bit. Again, Macedonia, you are right here in the path of this possible tornado. You want to remain in that tornado safe shelter. Again, we haven't had many updates here from the Weather Service. The last damage report came from Christopher, Illinois, which was back here in Franklin County. And I haven't heard anything from Benton or along I-57, which might be some good news. Still damage reported back there. Let's take a quick jog back up here to our Richland and Lawrence County storm. Again, still some pretty good rotation here to the north of Sumner. We're still keeping an eye on rotation. It will pass northeast of Lawrenceville. Again, if you're in Birds here in northern Lawrence County, you need to be in your tornado safe area. Again, this is still a radar indicated tornado, still no confirmation from the weather service. Hail threat has gone down a little bit. We're still moving east about 45 miles an hour, kind of east northeast. So we'll push through mainly northern Lawrence County here. Lawrenceville, this rotation should pass to the north of you, but still you need to be in your tornado safe area. You're inside that polygon. You want to take shelter. Again, that rotation is to the northeast of Sumner. Go ahead and throw a circle on that for you. That way you can spot the rotation. Again, we're looking at a velocity product here. When we're looking for tornadoes, this is what we're usually using, is a velocity product. So that's what product you're going to see me using tonight. So I'm going to have this up most of the time, and I'll try to remember to pull up the telestrator here and show you the rotation that I'm watching. New update coming across here, but updated pathcast in Birds 10 minutes, Russellville 19 minutes, Emerson, Oaktown, North Knox High School 35 minutes, Freelandville, Westphalia, Sanborn, Linton, Eleanor, Lyons, and Newberry. That's your pathcast. Again, we're not talking about a warning in northern Knox County at this point, but there is potential for this warning to be extended into Knox County if that rotation holds together. But the latest sweep here, rotation is not as impressive as the last sweep. Again, still no reports or anything. Still, that rotation is to the southwest of Birds now, but if you're in Birds, that rotation will likely pass right over your area, so you need to remain in your tornado safe area until that rotation passes the area. Again, Lawrenceville, that will pass to your north, but still remain in your tornado safe area with that rotation. Again, latest update here, that rotation is pushing into Hamilton County now, essentially on top of Macedonia. I did have a couple of updates here, which a warning just updated from Paducah, so that would be one thing. Again, strong circulation strengthening just west of Macedonia. Again, it does look impressive. Like we said, this cell was probably cycling. Again, updated pathcast, which is updated. McLeansboro in 9 minutes, Enfield in 19 minutes, Carmi 29 minutes. Again, we don't want to get too far out here. Again, we don't know what this rotation is going to do, but this cell has a history of producing a damaging tornado. Again, hasn't been any damage reports since Christopher, but still that rotation is strengthening, and we want to be prepared for a potential tornado which could be moving through Macedonia right now. Again, if you're in McLeansboro, you need to be in your tornado safe area. Anywhere in this white box, that's where the direct tornado path will be. Again, it fans out as it moves further away just because that uncertainty of the path of the storm. So if you're in the red polygon here, you definitely want to be in your tornado safe area, which includes eastern Hamilton County here. That's where you want to take shelter. Even as you get into White County here, go ahead and enact that tornado safe plan. This cell does have a history of producing a tornado. Go ahead and get in that tornado safe area, crank up the TV, whatever you have to do to get the latest information. That way you can hear what's going on. Again, you just want to be in a safe place, away from outside walls. Zoom back in there. Again, our rotation, throw the telestrator up. Again, this is our area of rotation right here. Essentially pushing in this direction here. Again, this is where you want to be in your tornado shelter for this cell that has a history of producing damage. Real updates from the weather service in Paducah. I'm not sure where that information is coming from. There's an unofficial report of a fatality in Illinois. I'm not sure where that is. Again, that's an unofficial report, so we'll just take that with a grain of salt for right now. But again, it is nighttime. It's dangerous at night. You can't see tornadoes. You know, tornadoes are only going to be illuminated by power flashes or lightning. Again, it's hard to see a tornado at night. That's why we want to be in our shelter. We want to be off the roadways. If we have a basement, that's where we want to be. If we live in a mobile home and we know somebody that has a basement or anything like that, get a hold of that person and see if you can come over for the night and have a substantial shelter to go into. Again, a mobile home is not something you want to be in. You just want to try to find the best possible shelter, at least for tonight, until this severe weather event winds down, which again, we're not looking at a decrease in a severe threat until very, very, well, won't even be tonight. It'll be early tomorrow morning again. That's what we're watching, is multiple severe weather rounds. Again, the cold front is still back in Missouri, so that's where the line of storms is forming. So there's still a long way to go tonight, folks. And again, the main concern right now in the short term is supercell thunderstorms. Again, not everybody is going to see severe weather right now. It's going to be isolated with these supercells. That's where the maximum tornado potential is going to be, and hail potential. Again, I'm trying to zoom out here. New scan coming across here. Storms are really, really ramping up. We sent a post out a little while ago about storms developing across western Kentucky. You see a few showers here getting ready to push into the Evansville metro. Activity really hasn't blossomed here in western Kentucky, but if you look back here in southeast Missouri, again, we have another supercell that's on deck ready to move into southern Illinois. Back here down into Arkansas, again, we have some activity ramping up there. Again, it's going to be a long night tonight. We're looking at multiple rounds of severe weather. Along with severe weather, we're going to be looking at heavy rain and flash flooding. So we want to be prepared for all the hazards tonight. Again, it's going to be a long night. You need to have a way to get those warnings, especially if you're going to go to bed tonight. Have a no weather radio. Make sure that weather radio is working. If you don't have a no weather radio, have a friend, a family member, or somebody call you in case there's a potential for a significant severe weather threat. Again, if a tornado's on the ground, you want to have somebody wake you up. That way you can get to shelter. Again, some of these cells are going to be moving at a quick pace tonight too, so we want to be able to react to those warnings pretty quick. Latest update from the Weather Service: some dime to penny size hail reported in Dahlgren, Illinois. That's in Hamilton County and northwestern Hamilton County, which is right here on the north end. So, again, we're getting a severe hail. Obviously, a pretty mature storm, but dropping hail. So that's another concern. Not much as far as damage reports. Nothing out of the National Weather Service in Lincoln, Illinois. So we're good with still a radar indicated tornado for Lawrence County, or out of Richland County. Now the warning's expired for Richland County, so you're in the all clear. And that rotation is probably getting ready to move into birds. Maybe a little damaging wind here now. A little probe on that. So 50 to 60 mile an hour winds getting ready to move into birds. Rotation not as impressive. And still watching our cell here in Hamilton County. Rotations in between Macedonia and McLeansboro. Be moving into McLeansboro probably here in the next minute or two. So remain in shelter in McLeansboro. We'll likely see this tornado warning extended here. Probably the rest of eastern Hamilton County here in the storm pushing through western Hamilton County. We'll probably see the warning extended for eastern Hamilton County, and then eventually we'll see maybe potentially western White County put into this tornado warning if the Weather Service deems a warning should continue, which I wouldn't see why they wouldn't. Again, still watching that cell in Lawrence County. Again, that rotation's getting ready to push into birds. Still watching our rotation. Getting ready to move into McLeansboro. Again, still no damage reports or anything since Christopher, Illinois. Still just the hail report was the last report. Some update from some reliable news sources. At least 2 confirmed dead with that tornado in Perryville. Again, that's the exact same cell that we're tracking right now into western Hamilton County. And it started out in Perry County, Missouri. That's where the first tornado report was. There's 2 confirmed fatalities. News article has a SUV and semis tossed off I-55 like toys. And a serious tornado that produced a lot of damage back there in Perry County, Missouri. That would be a new tornado warning, which is coming out for Edwards, Hamilton, Wayne, and White County until 10 p.m. So the National Weather Service in Paducah is continuing that tornado warning. Again, that's a new tornado warning again for eastern Hamilton County, White County, extreme southeast Wayne County, and then extreme southwest Edwards County, where it just clips again. Golf ball size hail possible. It still has picked up speed a little bit. It's moving at 60 miles an hour, and so that time frame to get into shelter is not as great. Again, a positive thing, it is being dubbed as a radar indicated tornado. Again, nothing confirmed. It's been a while since we've had a report, which was back in Christopher, Illinois, back towards the Benton area. There was 3-inch diameter hail reported in Benton, Illinois, which was Weather Service had it marked as teacup sized hail. So 3-inch hail on the north side of Benton, Illinois. That was reported by the meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service in Paducah, so pretty reliable source there. Not much other information. Weather Service in Paducah is watching another cell, which we'll zoom back out again. I got the cell we were talking about here in southeast Missouri again. It's rotating again. We'll keep an eye on that here for some of our other southern Illinois counties here into western Kentucky and the metro. Again, this cell that we're keeping an eye on here could potentially clip northern portions of Posey and Vanderburgh County again if it stays on its current path. Again, those storms change paths, so we won't get too involved here in the path cast, but definitely want to seek shelter for those that are in path of this storm. Even those that are in the path and you're not in a warning at this time, you want to go ahead and get that tornado plan in place. Be ready to react as soon as the warning is issued. be ready to seek shelter. Again, this cell has had a history of producing a damaging tornado, and this cell could be cycling, could see a new tornado form, could be further to the south. Again, this storm is looking a little bit more impressive than it was a little while ago. So we'll continue to keep an eye on the rotation here, see if it continues to increase on our latest scans. Our path gas, essentially this tornado is moving through McLeansboro, possible tornadoes moving through McLeansboro now. Enfield in about the next 10 minutes, Carmine about 21 minutes, Crossville 27 minutes, Maundy 27, Phillipstown 29 minutes, and New Harmony about 34 minutes. Again, this cell is moving at 60 miles an hour now, so we're going to cover a little bit more real estate in a quicker amount of time than what we were a little while ago. Let's slide back up here into Lawrence County. Again, some pretty impressive rotation still here, pushing through birds. Again, still a radar indicated tornado, and I don't think we've had any updates on that. And that's outside of our area. No updates out of Lincoln, so we haven't had anything confirmed with that cell in Lawrence County, but still some impressive rotation. 70 mile an hour winds, possible too, along with a possible tornado. Again, probably seeing damaging winds and birds right now. Looks more like a damaging wind threat than a tornado threat right now, but still some rotation, not as impressive as earlier. Damaging winds look like a pretty good bet right now. Of course, we're on our fringe of our radar site here for Evansville. Probably have a better vantage point from Indy. And that will clip potentially northwestern Knox County. Again, it's getting ready to actually push out of our area of responsibility. We'll see what the latest velocity scan here in a few minutes. Just came across right now. Again, still some pretty impressive rotation. Again, wind speed 67, 68 miles an hour outbound, and outgoing inbound. And still some pretty impressive gate-to-gate shear. Again, if we have a possible tornado, it'd be located right here on the east side of Birds. Again, we haven't received any reports of damage. Still pretty impressive. Another re-signature, so that's good. And our possible tornado here is getting ready to push into western White County. Again, rotation is not as impressive as earlier. Again, we still want to be in our tornado safe area. That rotation can ramp up. These storms do cycle up and down. It only takes a few minutes for a storm to ramp back up quickly and drop another strong tornado, especially with a cell with this type of history and the parameters we have tonight. We definitely want to pay attention to any storm that could potentially produce a significant tornado with short notice. New severe thunderstorm warning, that's outside our area here, but again, some cells back here in southeast Missouri that we're watching. Again, that's the other tornadic cell. That was just a warning extension just issued for Cape Girardeau and Bollinger County. Now switch back to traditional reflectivity here, and you can see additional cells that we're keeping an eye on to our southwest. Zooming out a little bit further off to the west, you can see all the warnings out here. This is where the actual cold front is, so pretty much through Kansas City now, Quincy. We'll kick on temperatures here, show you what we're looking at here. So you can see temperatures in the lower 50s, upper 40s back to the northwest. Again, you can see where that cold front went through. Again, this is where that cold front is, so we still have several hours and opportunities for numerous waves of showers and thunderstorms. Again, any of them could produce severe weather, so we want to stay alert tonight. Make sure we have ways to get those warnings tonight, and be ready to react to those warnings quickly. Here's the latest pathcast for Hamilton County, which I just updated that. Yeah, our possible rotation here is just to the east of McLeansboro, again heading towards the Enfield area. Between Enfield, Springerton, and Norris City. Again, you want to be in your tornado safe area. Again, this cell's looking a little bit more impressive than it was a while ago, so definitely want to keep an eye on it and be ready to seek shelter immediately. We're going to have to do a quick reset here on our computer program, so we're going to step away here. You might lose your video feed briefly, but I need to reboot this program so my pathcast shows back up. So bear with me here for a minute. We'll get everything reloaded. Alright, I think we're back here and up and running again. So here's the updated pathcast again. Southern portion of this storm that we're looking again, it's looking a little bit more impressive here. Again, Enfield 8 minutes, Carmi 20 minutes, 27 minutes for Crossville, Phillipstown in 30 minutes, Harmony State Park, New Harmony High School, and New Harmony in about 36 minutes, Griffin 39 minutes, Stewartsville, North Posey High School, Wadesville, Poseyville in about 47 minutes. Again, this storm, it can wobble, it can change paths, so again, if you're anywhere in the path of this storm, go ahead and get that tornado safe plan ready to react and seek shelter immediately. Again, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes and damage. Haven't had any reports probably here for about, about 30 minutes or so, which is a good thing. But again, this storm could be cycling and could potentially drop another tornado at any time, so we want to be ready to react, get into our safe place, and weather the storm here. We'll slip back up here to the north real quick so I can give you a brief update here. Tornado warning was extended and now includes essentially extreme northern Knox County for the Russellville, Oaktown, Freelandville area, Sanborn. Again, for a radar indicated tornado. Again, nothing has been confirmed here. Our rotation is to the east of Burge now, to the northwest of Russellville. Again, it will scoot pretty much across the extreme northwest portion of Knox County. So if you're in Oaktown, this possible tornado will track pretty close to your area. Then mainly areas outside of our area, up in Carlisle, stuff like that, you guys want to pay attention for this storm here as it pushes towards your area. Again, that's slipping out of our area of responsibility and coverage area, and we're going to stick back here to this cell, which is potentially pushing pretty close to the metro area. We'll stay north of Evansville proper, but could clip portions of northern Posey and Vanderburgh County here shortly. If you're in Gibson County, you want to be ready here in Gibson County, especially in southern Gibson County. Yeah, we want to keep an eye on this cell with the history it's had. Let's see, updates from the Weather Service. Some 1-inch diameter hail, quarter size hail. That was at 9:15. That was in West Frankfort and Franklin County. So back here to the south where the rotation passed. And getting a new velocity scan here. And our rotation is pretty close to Enfield, so pushing into White counties between Springfield and, Springerton and Enfield. That's our area of concern right now for this potential tornado. Again, still a radar indicated tornado. Nothing's been confirmed probably in the last 30 minutes or so. But again, we do not want to let our guard down. We want to be prepared to seek shelter for a potential tornado that could be substantial if it does ramp back up here. As far as our hail tracker here, we'll just throw this up, show you areas that we're concerned with hail here. Areas in the bright white and yellow, that's areas that we're concerned about seeing some hail, especially in areas of yellow that just updated here. So in Springerton to the south of Mill Shoals, could be looking at some large hail. Again, talking about golf ball size hail here on the north side of circulation, Burnt Prairie, areas along I-64 here in the next 5 or 10 minutes. So if you're traveling along I-64 and some reason you're watching our broadcast, you want to pull off into a safe area, protect your vehicle. Could see some golf ball size hail. That will definitely do some damage to your vehicles. So definitely want to find an overpass to park under to avoid damage to your vehicles. Again, the tornado threat would be to the south of I-64 at this point. Again, that rotation is essentially between Springerton and Enfield to the east here. And still not that impressive, but still we do not want to let our guard down. We're going to step away here for a minute. We'll leave the radar up and we'll jump right back in if we see anything that really pulses up here in the area. Again, our main concern right now is this cell here pushing across eastern Hamilton County, moving into White County. Again, some large hail here on the north side. Our area of concern for tornado is here. Again, we're watching some additional storms back here to the west. Another tornadic supercell pushing out of southeast Missouri. We'll be contending with that here probably in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Again, some additional activity here to the southwest over southeast Missouri and northeast Arkansas. We're watching all that activity as it pushes towards this way. Again, the tornado warning from northern Knox County, that's pretty much pushing out of our area now. Just some scattered showers and storms right now across the Webster, Edwards, and Gibson County. Again, nothing severe with this right now, but again, we'll keep an eye on it. It is pushing into Pike, Knox, and Martin County. That's a damage report that just popped up from the National Weather Service in Paducah. It's 2 miles east of Mulkeytown in Franklin County. Train spotter reported possible tornado damage, widespread trees and power poles snapped throughout the area. That happened about 8:54. Again, so definitely a history of producing damage with this cell. And that's why we were raising the flag and making sure you're prepared and in your shelter for this possible tornado. Again, this storm has had a history. Again, so far, haven't received any reports of a tornado being on the ground again. It's still a radar indicated threat. Again, our rotation still is to the northeast of Enfield now. Looks to just kind of scoot north of Carmi. If you're in Crossfield, we want to seek shelter. You guys are in the path of the possible rotation. Again, then northern Posey County and southern Gibson County, we want to be prepared to seek shelter. We'll probably see this warning extended into those areas here in the next probably 10 minutes or so. So again, northern Posey County, southern Gibson County, we want to be prepared to take shelter. We can even see portions of Vanderburgh County included in that warning, which would likely be northern Vanderburgh County. Again, same thing for Wabash County. We'll probably see southern portions of Wabash County potentially in that warning. So we're going to step away here for a bit. We'll jump back on if we see anything that raises concern. But for now, we'll leave the radar up so you guys can track with us, and then we'll jump back in with any updates. definitely want to seek a substantial shelter, especially here in southern Gibson County. Sorry about that. I believe I had some audio problems. Thank you for letting me know there, Luke, on Twitter. So you guys should have audio now. If you do, just give me a shout here on Twitter, and I'll hopefully you can hear me. Again, a significant storm pushing through Griffin, Indiana. Again, likely a tornado on the ground. New tornado warning coming right now for rest of Gibson County, Posey County, Vanderburgh County until 10:45. Edwards, Wabash, and White County. Again, observed tornado, considerable damage, 2.5-inch diameter hail. Latest pathcast is popping up, and it's right here on this tornado. This is going to be the path right here. So in Griffin, it's already there. Poseyville, 9 minutes. Cynthiana, 14 minutes. Gibson Southern High School, you're in the path in the next 20 minutes. And Fort Brant's 24 minutes. Again, you guys are going to see the large hail first. That's what you're going to see first is large hail. Likely 2-inch diameter or more. You're probably seeing that across Gibson County right now. You're going to see the hail first. It's going to get quiet, then the tornado is going to hit. And that tornado is likely going to produce significant damage. Again, we have debris signatures on radar. We've got red flags all over radar that's saying there's a tornado on the ground. Looking ahead here, we're getting a little ahead of the warning polygon. Elberfeld, Buckskin, Mackey, Somerville, Oakland City Elementary, Wood Memorial, OCU, Oakland City University, Oakland City. Again, if you're in the path of this storm right now, you need to have your plan for what you're going to do when the warning is issued. Right now, if you're in the warning polygon, you need to be in a substantial shelter because we have a substantial tornado on the ground. Not seeing a whole lot of damage information. Again, Evansville, you are not going to be impacted by this storm. This is passing to the north. It's just clipping northern Vanderburgh County. Again, along I-64, that's pretty much where that tornado is right now. It's crossing I-64 near Griffin right now. We'll zoom into that area here. Poseyville, it's going to be passing pretty close. Cynthiana into southern Gibson County. Again, this is substantial tornadic signature on radar. Latest report from the National Weather Service in Paducah is a possible tornado between mile marker 4 and 12 on I-164. It doesn't specify where they got that information from. I don't know if they're generally just trying to mark a general area here, but if you're between mile marker 4 and 12 on I-164, there is likely a tornado, which has probably already crossed I-64. It could be along I-64 right now. If you're in Poseyville, it's tracking pretty close here to the north side of Poseyville, Cynthiana. Unfortunately, this tornado is going to get close to the radar site, and we hate to lose our radar right now, but the Evansville radar is actually in Owensville and Gibson County, and this tornado will pass pretty close to the radar site here. We do have a new update from the National Weather Service on the warning here, so you might hear the weather radio go off again. Again, they're at 10:13, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Poseyville, or 16 miles west of Fort Branch, moving east at 45. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Again, as we mentioned, a PDS tornado warning. It's not a tornado warning you want. It's a significant event. That's why they use the verbiage to warn people. Again, some of the communities, again, Poseyville 10:20, Cynthiana 10:25, Owensville 10:30, Fort Branch, Hopstock 10:35. Again, you want to be in a substantial shelter. We're not going to have a good view of this here because this storm's essentially coming right across the top of the radar site. Switching over to velocity here. This is where our tornado is, just showing up nice here on radar. Again, it's most likely on the ground being this close to the radar site. You know, this radar site, this tornado is right here at the radar site. It pretty much has a clear view that it's going to sit here and say this tornado is on the ground, and that's where we're seeing it. It's right here along I-64 where that couplet is. It's getting ready to pass just to the north of Poseyville, but again, Poseyville, you need to be in a substantial shelter. It's going to be a close call. You're probably going to see some damage and some debris from this tornado. Again, we're talking about substantial hail across the rest of Gibson County right now, but this tornado threat is real. Again, Fort Branch, Hopstock, Cynthiana, you need to be in a substantial shelter. I cannot say it more than enough. It's a serious threat here of a substantial tornado pushing through the area. It's going to cause substantial damage. Again, We haven't received any confirmation of damage yet, but I guarantee this tornado is doing damage right now. There's all the red signs on radar right now that there is a serious tornado on the ground here. Post a social media update here. Again, I can't emphasize enough, this warning does not include the Evansville metro area. Again, extreme northern Vanderburgh County is in this warning. It does not include Evansville. So Evansville, you're in the clear right now. Again, severe threat is not over. We're looking at a long night ahead of us, folks. Multiple rounds of severe weather. Again, this is just one supercell. There's more behind this that we're going to keep an eye on. Again, the SPC actually just issued a mesoscale discussion focusing on our area specifically about the potential for violent tornadoes. Again, we've been saying this all day. We're not crying wolf. We've seen a lot of comments from people saying we were just hyping this event and stuff like this. We're not hyping this event, folks. We're giving it to you for real. When we make calls like this, we don't play around. We tell you how like it is. That's what we do here at TristateWx. We're not going to sit here and hype event up to get followers and stuff like that. When we see an event like this, we want to make sure you're prepared and give you the information you need. Again, we're still looking at a violent tornado on radar here. Again, it's sticking out like a sore thumb on radar right now, folks. Very, very dangerous tornado here. Nearly directly south of the Doppler radar site right now. Again, I'm hoping we do not lose this radar because it will greatly impact our ability to track storms tonight, because we'll be looking at stuff from Paducah, which is nearly 100 miles away. But this little essentially looks like an eye here just north of Poseyville. This is a tornado that is on the ground. It is likely causing destruction in its path. Again, you're seeing large hail in Gibson County. It's the precursor. Let's switch over to reflectivity so we'll give you an eye here. We have a classic hook to this supercell. This hook right here is where this tornado is located at. Right now, if it was daylight, you'd have a clear shot looking to the north into the storm, and you would see this tornado. Again, hail probably has pushed through Toyota right now already. You're probably seeing large hail in Crawleysville to the north of Owensville. Sorry about this. Let me turn this telestrator off here and we'll clear that out. You're seeing large hail here across northern Gibson County. You're included in the tornado warning, but you're seeing some very large hail. Again, our main concern right now is a substantial tornado here that is pushing into southern Gibson County. It's to the south of Owensville right now. We definitely want to be in a tornado safe area. There's likely significant damage. We definitely want you in a substantial shelter. Again, we're seeing a debris ball. We're seeing the velocity data that is showing the tornado on the ground. You know, all the red flags are there. The radar is showing a tornado on the ground. So we need to be in that shelter, a substantial shelter. Again, if you're ahead of this storm, I can't preach enough here. You got to get in a shelter right now. You don't have the time to mess around. Do not get in the car. Do not outrun the tornado. Find a substantial shelter and get into it and stay there. Latest update on that scan here, it's directly south of the radar site, nearly just to the northwest of Cynthiana. Again, substantial tornado on the ground. We don't really even need confirmation right now of damage right now, because radar's saying it all right here. Again, if you're in Fort Branch, Hobstadt, it's coming your way. Get in a shelter right now. I cannot say it enough. You know, I got some co-workers up there. You know, I know a lot of people up there in Gibson County right now, and you know, I know a lot of people that work up there at Toyota. So hopefully, Toyota, you guys are in a substantial shelter. It's not a threat here. It looks like it may pass to the south of you, but we can't say that for sure. Again, you're in a polygon. You got to respect the polygon, so you need to be in that substantial shelter right now for a significant tornado to impact the area that's going to cause damage and destruction. Again, it's on the ground, folks. We can't confirm it right now as far as damage reports, but we can confirm it on radar that there is a tornado on the ground. So you definitely need to be in your shelter and get pillows, blankets, bed mattresses, whatever you can to protect yourself from flying debris. Again, this is a significant tornado. It's not just going to be a little small tornado. We're talking a significant tornado. We're talking potential EF2 or more. You know, we definitely want to be in a substantial shelter. We got a strong tornado that's passing near the radar site. As of right now, it looks like our radar data is still flowing from Owensville, which is a good thing. Hopefully it will miss the radar site. But that's a substantial tornado that could destroy that radar site, and that's not something we want right now. So stand by. I need to send a coworker a text. Tony, if you're listening to me, bub, I hope you're in a substantial shelter. I'm trying to keep up with you, so. Again, we're waiting for the latest scan on radar here. Again, that tornado is probably on top of the radar site or pretty close to it. There is the latest scan. It's still just to the south of the radar. It's a good sign that the radar is still running, because we sure need that right now. Again, you can see the ball right here to the north of Cynthiana, just south between Cynthiana and Owensville. You can see that debris ball on radar. This storm is very, very impressive on radar. You can't say it enough. There is a substantial tornado on the ground, especially on this velocity product here. You can see how it's changed a lot, because the tornado is essentially on top of the radar, so it's got a picture perfect view of that tornado right now. Excuse me. Again, if you're in Gibson County, Fort Branch, you are in the direct path of this tornado. You need to be as far away from exterior walls as possible. You need to be in the basement. Again, we're approaching the 168. This tornado pretty much right along the 168, Highway 168 corridor. We'll zoom in here, try to get some of our schools picked up here. It's going to be a pretty close call here for Gibson Southern High School. If you live in the area of Gibson Southern High School, this tornado is going to get pretty close to that area. Again, Fort Branch, Toyota, Hobstadt, Owensville right now, you're probably seeing some very large hail, some very strong winds. This tornado is going to be pushing pretty close to your area as well. Again, substantial tornado on the ground. We don't need confirmation for damage, because the radar is saying it all right now that there's a significant damage on the ground. Trying to get some more information here from the Weather Service. Hasn't been any updates on this cell. They're talking about another cell back in Missouri. Again, it's obvious that this is a vicious storm that's producing a substantial tornado, so you need to put as much stuff on as possible. Put bicycle helmets on, mattresses, pillows, blankets, whatever you can do to shield yourself from debris from a significant tornado. You're talking about a substantial storm that's going to cause substantial damage and potentially serious injuries. You know, hopefully we'll avoid deaths, but this is a serious storm, and everybody's looking at it right now. Again, latest scan, we're pretty much riding, coming up on I-68, or excuse me, Highway 168. We're just to the west-northwest of Gibson Southern High School. Again, pretty close to Owensville Community School, to the southeast of Owensville. Again, that's where this tornado is. It's right here embedded within this hook. It's past the radar site. The good news is we got radar data still flowing, so it didn't directly impact the radar site. But pretty much where this hook is, we can't get a good view of it from velocity right now. But another update from the National Weather Service. We'll pull the text up on that here, and I'll give you that. Update from the Weather Service. Tornado warning has been canceled. Edwards, Wabash, White, and Vanderburgh counties. Northern Vanderburgh County, all clear. That's the update to the tornado. Tornado warning continues for Gibson and Posey County again until 10:45. Again, radar. We ain't even gonna call it radar. PDS tornado warning continues. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Cynthiana or 7 miles west of Fort Branch, moving east at 45. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning for a damaging tornado. Radar indicated rotation is a source. Again, we haven't had any damage reports yet. I'm still checking for sources to see Deputy on the scanner saying he can confirm a large funnel cloud south of Owensville. They should clearly see, depending on what side of the storm they are. If they're getting lightning flashes and power flashes, they should clearly see this tornado, because it is in a rain-free area right now. So again, this tornado is approaching the Highway 168 here on the southeast side of Owensville. Again, Fort Branch, Toyota. Again, it's not looking good here, Fort Branch, Toyota. This baby's coming right towards you guys, and it means business. So you guys need to be in a substantial shelter. Again, large hail, you've probably already seen it. Right now, you're in the calm before the storm here. Again, that hook's right here. It's crossed 168 now. Fort Branch could be just to the north of you here. Toyota, it's not looking promising right now. It looks like it's on a V line for Toyota. Again, we're probably within the next 5 minutes, that tornado should be approaching Highway 41 again. Try to do some more updates here. Again, a lot going on. Kind of doing a solo tonight, so I'm trying to do multiple things at one time. Again, another update is a large funnel cloud you spotted was completely rain wrapped. That was per a second deputy. That's on Gibson County scanner coming from the dispatch. So now it's probably rain wrapped. We are seeing a lot of rain wrap in here. Again, do not go outside looking for the tornado. Again, all the signs are there that we have a significant tornado on the ground. Again, I haven't seen any damage confirmations, but we don't need it because the radar is saying it all. You know, this thing's most likely on the ground and it's causing damage and destruction, and it's getting ready to move into some populated areas. So, again, all those at Toyota, I hope you guys are in a substantial shelter. I know we have a pretty good policy and procedure out there, so hopefully everybody's in a substantial shelter. But this tornado looks like it's on a V line for Toyota and northern portions of Fort Branch. Again, it's along Highway 168. Doing a quick update here on Twitter. Try to get an updated pathcast up here real quick too. Again, it's a little bit old here. Now we're not cooperating with our pathcast. We'll just go manual here. Try to give you a quick update here. Again, this is where our tornado is here, and our tornadic circulation is moving into the northern part of Fort Branch now. Again, we're looking between Highway 168 and to the west of Highway 41 right now. Again, this thing's directly in the path of Toyota. You know, I cannot say it enough, but I just heard from my coworker. Luckily, he's in his son's basement, so I'm waiting to see if I can get any information from my coworker as far as damage. He's in Fort Branch, so hopefully I can get some information from him as soon as it passes through and he's safe. So hopefully everything works out for him, and we won't have too much fanfare here as far as the damage. Let's see. Take a look back here at the weather service. Again, we're behind this storm. We got another tornadic storm. Again, we'll get into that here as soon as it gets into our area. Again, it's gonna kind of follow the southern Hamilton, Saline County, White, Gallatin County, Posey County line here if it stays together. So just a heads up, we're watching another tornadic supercell off to our southwest. We're not done after this one. There's multiple rounds of severe weather possible tonight, all right, folks? So do not let your guard down. Just know that it's going to be a long night. You know, if you can stay up, it's the best thing you could possibly do. If not, you need as many ways possible to get information or or some way to get somebody to wake you up here to give you that information. Again, that tornado should be passing near Toyota. Should be crossing or has already crossed Highway 41. We're waiting for the latest scan here on radar. And hopefully we still have radar data flowing from Owensville. That was a pretty close call to the radar site there, so we don't want to lose that radar site because it's definitely a radar site that we want. That was an earlier report of a tornado on the ground. And latest scans coming across there. We still have that hook. Again, it's pretty much on top of Toyota right now. So hopefully, folks, you're in a substantial shelter. That tornado is essentially on top of Toyota right now. So for all those employees at Toyota, hopefully you guys are in your substantial shelter. Again, we're trying to update our velocity product here. New update coming from the National Weather Service in Paducah, and that's for Gibson County. So we'll hear the weather radio go off here in a second. I'll go ahead and give that straight to you. Large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Fort Branch, moving east at 50. Again, still radar indicated rotation. Still a hazard of a damaging tornado. Remain in a storm shelter. It's a life-threatening situation. We're talking about debris and large hail. Again, we're starting to approach, once we clear Fort Branch, rural area here of Gibson County until we get into Francisco, Somerville, and Mackey. But I'm going to close this program out again so I get this pathcast loaded. Bear with me here in a second. Still a very impressive hook echo on radar. Still waiting to see any damage reports. So I'm surprised we haven't had any yet, especially in the populated areas this storm went through. Bear with me here as I get that program reloaded. It's loading up now. It takes a substantial amount of computer power, so let's see, some damage reported along Highway 65, South Cook Drive near Gibson County, near the Gibson County Posey County line. Report of a tornado crossing 41. That was scanner traffic, so pretty close to where we were expecting that tornado to be, which was near Toyota, Fort Branch. Zoom back in here. Again, our rotation showing up like a sore thumb right over Fort Branch here, just to the south of Toyota. Again, it's pretty much right there crossing along Highway 41. If you guys know where Hucks is along 41, that's where that tornado should be passing right through that area. I actually just heard from a coworker at Toyota who said they were pretty much on lockdown and substantial shelter, which is a good sign. So hopefully everything will pass just to the north. Again, our latest velocity scan again shows it just to the northeast of Fort Branch. So we're kind of in a rural area here. There's some sporadic houses there, but a lot of farmland in that area. Again, our possible tornadoes to the northeast of Fort Branch. We'll update our pathcast. Might be a few minutes off here. It's already through Fort Branch and Toyota. Francisco probably in about 8 to 10 minutes. Mackey in about probably about 10 minutes. Somerville about 10 minutes. Oakland City Elementary School, Wood Memorial High School, Oakland City University, and Oakland City in about 15 to 17 minutes. You guys are in the path of this storm. You'll be in a new polygon. I imagine new warnings should be dropping any minute for that, for the rest of Gibson County, and then eventually we'll see that expand into Pike County. Again, I definitely see a new tornado warning coming out for that area. Let's see here. Again, we still have that nice hook showing up on radar. Still trying to get some damage confirmation for you here. Got a buddy in Fort Branch, so he hopefully will have some information here for me and let me know if there's any damage. Trying to text him and get some information. I'm trying to tell him to remain in shelter for now. For from our friends over here at Evansville Watch, injuries reported on I-64 in southwest Indiana at mile marker 9. That's where the tornado went right across the interstate. So definitely some injuries. Again, like we said, sorry about that, a confirmed tornado. This is the warning extension for Gibson and Pike County. I'll give you that here in a minute. But again, from our friends from Evansville Watch, a report of injuries on I-64 at mile marker 9. Again, that's last report. Actually, a deputy is reporting a large tornado near Fort Branch. That's per scanner traffic. Again, Gibson County Sheriff's Department reporting a large tornado on the ground near Fort Branch. My buddy in Fort Branch is actually reporting to me the winds have calmed down, so he is alive and safe right now. Hopefully they were spared of significant damage. Again, the latest warning: southern Pike County, southeast Gibson County, and southwest Indiana till 11 p.m. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Fort Branch, moving east at 60. Again, we're picking up speed here. This storm's going to move faster. It's going to get to your location quicker, so you do not have a lot of time. You need to get into substantial shelter. Again, Oakland City, Winslow, Francisco, Somerville, and Mackey, you're in the path here. We're looking at 1 3/4 hail. Again, dangerous situation here. Significant tornado that has caused damage, injuries. This storm had a history of that. Just threw up a new path cast here. Francisco Elementary School in about 4 minutes. Somerville, 5 minutes. Oakland City Elementary School, 7 minutes. Wood Memorial High School, 7 minutes. Oakland City University, 8 minutes, including the city of Oakland City. Winslow, 16 minutes. Eventually, Huntingburg, Jasper, Birdseye, French Lick, West Baden Springs. Later down the road, folks, but you need to prepare and have a plan, because this storm has a history of producing damage. Unfortunately, bad news here out of Fort Branch. Deputy reporting several homes damaged in Fort Branch. They're requesting all units respond. So unfortunately, folks, we got confirmed damage in Gibson County, and that's not what we want to hear, unfortunately. So hopefully no injuries, everybody's safe, but confirmed damage in Fort Branch. So still trying to find out more from my coworker. Sorry about that. I wanted to step away and try to see what I could find out from him, because he's in Fort Branch itself. Again, I'm trying to keep up with social media here too, but I figured it's easier to just do broadcast here. That way I can give you stuff on the fly here. Again, this tornado is located just north of Highway 168 here, just to the northeast of Fort Branch. A new scan just popped up. So we're directly to the west of Somerville. We're looking at this rotation. It'll be just south of Francisco. So between Francisco and Mackey, we're looking at a significant tornado that has a history of producing damage. Again, confirmed damage in Fort Branch to residents. I got deputies requesting assistance in Fort Branch. Again, this tornado is approaching I-69 right now, between let's see, Highway 64 and Highway 168. If you're anywhere near that area, that's where this tornado is going to cross. Again, Oakland City is going to be a close call here. You're in the path of this tornado. You need to seek shelter. Somerville, Mackey, and Francisco, you should already be in your shelter already. Trying to do some updates here on social media. Again, along I-60, we'll be passing along I-69 between Highway 64 and 168. Again, confirmed damage in Fort Branch, not what we want to hear. Again, hopefully no fatalities, no major injuries. But I'm trying to find out some additional information, try to get a hold of some co-workers here at Toyota and see how the plant fared up there. Hopefully I can get a hold of some of them and see if they have damage up there at the plant. It was a pretty close call to that area, so definitely want to try to get as much information as we can. See good news is my coworker in Fort Branch is safe, so hopefully I get some pictures from him. Again, we still have a significant tornado on the ground. It's looking more impressive now, unfortunately. TBS signature showing up again. It's passing pretty much right along I-69 right now. Probably has crossed I-69 already. Should be getting an update here shortly. Throw it back on the reflectivity. Again, you can see the hook echo right here. Pretty much near Francisco, just to the northwest of Somerville. It's probably right on top of Somerville. Still taking a look at damage reports here. Reports of damage and roadblocks in Fort Branch. Let's see, authorities responding to the southwest side of Gibson County to help those with the storm damage. So that's from the Princeton Clarion newspaper there. Still looking for additional damage reports. Again, we're pretty much the good news is at Toyota they have power and they're going back to work. So that's what one of my coworkers mentioned to me. So good news out of Toyota. So if you work at Toyota, the plant was spared mostly. So luckily it looks like it stayed just to the south. So probably passed between Toyota and Fort Branch, probably pretty close to the Hucks area. Again, where Casey's is at, there's a lot of residents right there in Fort Branch. So it looks like it could have been on the pass right through Fort Branch proper. Again, this tornado right now is probably approaching Oakland City from the south side. Between Oakland City and Somerville right now along Highway 57. Again, between Highway 57 and Highway 54 near that intersection. Let's see, from my coworker in Fort Branch, said all the sirens are going east from where he's at in Fort Branch. So sounds like it could be damage on the east side of Fort Branch. Again, not going to speculate. I'm just trying to get you guys information so you know. Again, National Weather Service in Paducah saying tornado heading for Oakland City. Take shelter now. Again, we just mentioned that to you again. Essentially, that tornado's almost on top of Oakland City right now. So if you're in Oakland City, substantial tornado pushing into your area, you need to be in a you should already be in a substantial shelter. Again, if you're up in Winslow, your next in the path is getting ready to push over into Pike County. Again, along Highway 64, you need to be in a substantial shelter. Substantial tornadoes cause damage in Fort Branch and Griffin. Some injuries along I-64. Let's see. That is not a good report, and that's not what we want to see. Jordan Vandenberg with Eyewitness News reporting, deputies reporting 2 trailers near Fort Branch are completely gone. Again, that's not news we want to hear. So definitely not something we want to hear from Fort Branch. Hopefully nobody was in those trailers, but definitely some bad news out of Gibson County. Hopefully everybody's safe in those trailers, but Sheriff's Department reporting 2 mobile homes gone in Fort Branch. Definitely not something we want to hear tonight. So it's the unfortunate reality, folks. Weather here is, I'm sitting behind this radar looking at all this stuff, and people's lives are being affected, and it's tough sometimes. Again, we're trying to do our best here. We're trying to keep you warned and keep you ahead of the storm here. Again, if you're in Oakland City or Somerville, this tornado's passing through right now. Winslow, it's coming towards you along Highway 64. That tornado's pretty much riding along there. So if you're along Highway 64 or you're heading west on Highway 64, you do not want to be in that area. So I'm trying to take a look at the latest Twitter feed here, trying to get information for you guys as far as damage. And Toyota was on lockdown. That's some old news. They're actually going back to work from what I've heard from coworkers. Apparently no damage there. They're resuming production. Again, that tornado's near, pretty much on top of Oakland City right now. So if you're in Oakland City, significant tornado is producing damage moving in right now. So remain in shelter. Winslow, you're probably seeing some large hail. Definitely want to be in a substantial shelter. That hail will let up and that tornado will move in next behind that. So it's going to go calm, then it's going to get pretty rough there for a little bit, folks. So definitely you want to be in shelter. I can't state it enough. The storm has produced damage. Haven't heard anything about injuries, and other than on I-64. Again, that's not information we want to see tonight. Hopefully everybody makes it through if no injuries. But we hate to see people lose their property as well. So do a quick Twitter update. In Pike County, you want to remain in your storm shelter. Again, this tornado is getting ready to cross over into Pike County. Again, you want to be in a substantial shelter. Just a heads up for those in Saline County. There's another tornadic storm that's getting ready to move in from the west now. We're getting ready to track that one. Here in the metro, keep our guard up here because that storm has the potential to track closer to Evansville than this previous one. This one's a little bit further to the south than the last one, but again, it's still a radar indicated tornado, but the parameters are set in this area for us to have significant tornadoes. So any storm has the potential to produce a tornado tonight with little to no notice. So these storms cycle. They'll weaken, they'll re-intensify. It's just specifically what the Gibson County cell did here. You know, that cell weakened as it moved across Hamilton County and White County, and as soon as it about crossed the Wabash River, it pulsed up and dropped this probably a pretty significant tornado here in southern Gibson County. Again, rotation now is on the east side of Oakland City, pushing into Pike County. Again, Winslow being your tornado safe area, you should already be there. It's heading your way now. So remain in shelter. Again, along Highway 64 to the east of Highway 57 now. Highway 61. Again, those are some roadways in the past. Definitely don't want to be in the path of that storm. Actually, we're getting ready to share a picture that was on Twitter from Jeff Blair of tornado damage just south of Crossville, Illinois. Said a tornado crossed about a half mile in front of us. It shows a pretty much demolished building. So if you want to go over to our TristateWx1 on Twitter, you can see that picture we just retweeted. Let me try to pull it up here on this computer, and I'll try to. That's the first damaged picture I've seen tonight. So. Head over to the our Twitter feed if you want to take a look at that picture. There's a lot of people retweeting. Let's see. Per ISP, Posey County is advising the only issue they have at this time is on I-64, which is good news. The tornado crossed the interstate near mile marker 9. Gibson County Fire Departments are sending all their manpower to the southwest portion of the county. Let's see, a photographer on the ground in Fort Branch area scattered damage west of town on 168, tree limbs and debris. Again, we're just trying to find some damage information just to confirm all the information here. keep an eye on social media feed, trying to get some additional information from you. Again, latest radar here, what you guys are seeing is a tornado approaching Winslow now. This storm has definitely picked up its speed. The last advisory is moving east at 61 miles an hour, so not much time at all, folks, to get in shelter. So if you're ahead of this storm, definitely want to be in a substantial shelter. Let's try to do a new path cast switch out here. Again, our debris ball is here to the southwest of Winslow. Again, storm's not as impressive as earlier. Could be going through another cycle again. Again, that's what supercells do. They cycle time to time. Let's throw this in motion here. You can see that hook echo debris all right here. Throw up a new path cast. Could see that rotation redeveloping a little bit further south. Yeah, rotation probably a little bit further just southwest of Winslow. Like we have two areas here. And that's a new tornado warning as extension for Pike County, which will go until 12:30 Eastern Time, 11:30 Central Time. Get you information here on this. See what the Weather Service is still saying. Eastern Pike County till 12:30. Severe thunderstorm producing tornado located near Oakland City, moving east at 45. Again, tornado hazard radar indicated. Mainly rural areas, southeastern Pike County. Again, it's kind of moving through some populated areas right now, but they have dropped the PDS portion of that tornado warning. So, still, the storm still is probably producing a tornado. It could be cycling right now. Definitely don't want to let our guard down. Also, we'll have new severe thunderstorm warning, which is in effect until 11:30 for Hamilton and Saline County. That would be our next storm that's on deck, and we'll slide down there and take a quick look at this. Again, hook's not as impressive. We'll give you a quick update here. Well, bear with me, I gotta reboot here again. For some reason it keeps booting me out on that tonight on my path cast. So this is storm number 2 right now. This is the new warning that was just issued, severe thunderstorm warning for Hamilton and Saline County. Again, large hail main threat with the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, the tornado threats here to the south side. Again, we're going to keep an eye on that storm because it's going to be a close call for Evansville again. It's going to be a lot closer than the last one, and it's getting late here. Folks are probably going to bed, but if you're in Evansville, it's time to stay awake just because this potential storm could produce a tornado, and we definitely want to keep an eye on it. So if you can stay up another hour or two, you know, this potential tornadic storm will get pretty close for comfort to Evansville, so we'll keep an eye on it to see what it does. Again, we're kind of untouched here in this area. We haven't had much activity, so you know, there's still plenty of fuel for these storms to feed off of here. Still looking at a couple severe storms over southern portions of western Kentucky that could brush Muhlenberg County, maybe Hopkins County, kind of on the borderline there. We'll keep an eye on that. Another cluster of storms to the west of Paducah. We'll keep an eye on that too, because that could be pushing towards our area. Updated path cast for the tornado warning, which that warning has now been extended in Du Bois County. That includes the Jasper metropolitan area. That tornado is essentially in Winslow right now. In Jasper, 23 minutes. French Lick and West Baden Springs in about 45 to 50 minutes. Again, Doppler radar indicated tornado. not as impressive, but it's probably cycling. We don't want to let our guard down. Again, we're a potential tornado pushing through Winslow now. If you're in Du Bois County, especially Jasper, we want to be in heading towards our tornado safe area. Still looking for additional damage reports. Most of the damage has been from I-64 mile marker 9 into Fort Branch. Let's see, traffic update, westbound lanes of I-64 closed between the 7 and 9 mile marker for trees down. We're working to at least get one lane cleared. Another report, railroad crossing arms reportedly destroyed on 168 in Fort Branch. It's on the north side of Fort Branch there, so pretty close to where the Hucks and Casey's is. Corn kernels everywhere, plastic chemical tank in the street. That's about all the information we've had as far as damage-wise, but still 2 mobile homes that were destroyed earlier. Hopefully nobody was inside those mobile homes. It definitely wouldn't be a positive outcome. We don't want anything like that. So we're hoping for the best tonight. That was not good news as far as being 2 mobile homes destroyed. Apparently a lot of damage in Crossville, Illinois. They're requesting manpower from neighboring county fire departments for storm damage. So definitely some bad news out of Crossville in White County, Illinois. Yeah, of course, that's where that storm was starting to ramp up, was right there in White County. So that's probably where we're seeing our tornado damage there. That would be the tornado warning for Du Bois County coming out from Louisville. Back to earlier, I mentioned the SPC had a mesoscale discussion out for our area again. They were concerned about strong to violent tornadoes which may exist along a corridor from southwest Missouri into southern Illinois through this evening. Latest radar imagery indicates a possible violent tornado now ongoing. That was the one that moved through Fort Branch there. Other cells were also redeveloping to the southwest. Given extreme shear parameters and favorable instability in place, this corridor could be active for several more hours. Again, like we said, folks, it's going to be one right after another after another. Again, we got supercells lined up. Not everybody's going to see severe weather in this scenario right now. Again, these are supercell storms. They're out running on their own, which is not a good thing. That's not what we want to see. Zoomed out here, we got the Pike and Du Bois County storm up here that has a history of producing tornado. Again, here in the Evansville Metro, I'm watching this cell just to the west of Harrisburg. Again, has a tornado warning on it, still radar indicated on it. Nothing's been confirmed yet. But again, as we just saw with the storm in Gibson County, we want some 0 to tornado just like that, folks. So we got to keep our guard up. It's going to be a close call for Evansville. Again, Posey County, you know, everybody keep your guard up right now because it's going to be a close call with this cell. Just want to give you a heads up right now, so if you can stay up for another hour or two, definitely want to do that. We don't want to go to bed yet. I'm going to step aside real quick, take a quick drink, and reset, and I'll be right back with you. Alright, we're back with you here. Still looking for damage reports. Let's see. Retweet that picture. Some damage from Posey County of insulation strewn about. Indicates a building was destroyed. Again, we're going to see a lot of pictures as the media gets up in that area. Again, veterans report 120 without power in a Fort Branch area. Crews are on their way up to investigate. This is damage out of Posey County. We're retweeting those pictures on Twitter, so if you guys want to take a look at that. Let's see, Richard Guti from Evansville Courier Press. Another house with major damage in Gibson, believe in the Owensville area. And still looking for damage reports here. Gibson County scanners reporting a lot of damage on 168. Again, that's in the Hucks area. Casey's gas area heading towards Illinois. Again, pretty much you need to avoid that area. You got trees down, power lines down. Avoid that area. Let emergency crews get their work done. We definitely don't want you in those areas. Evansville partners over at Evansville Watch reporting Indiana State Police trooper said he was having problems getting into Owensville because several roads were blocked by downed utility poles. Again, that's where that tornado we were tracking pretty much from Griffin all the way up into Winslow now, essentially, is where we're at now with that tornado. So, again, a very, very, very busy night. We'll go back up here into Pike County, take a look at this storm again. Again, seeing a little bit better hook. As we mentioned a little while ago, these storms like to cycle again. Right now, we're east of Winslow with a cell. Starting to see that hook redevelop again. See the rotations a little bit better there. Starting to see that gate shear again. Definitely starting to look a little bit better organized. So definitely seeing a little bit more of a hook here. The latest reflectivity scan. Could see a rain wrap cell here. We're starting to see a little bit of rain wrap in on that, so you might not be able to see the tornado. Definitely not going to see it at nighttime anyways, but it's going to make it even worse with the rain wrapping in. Again, a lot of damage being reported in Gibson County here. Again, if you don't belong in Gibson County, stay out of Gibson County. Let the emergency crews get their work done. Help those in need, especially that are injured. Again, we're still tracking a cell here, getting ready to push into Boys County. Getting ready to push out of eastern Pike County. Again, it's going to be a close call here, Jasper. Looks like it's going to pass just to the north of you, but you still need to be in your tornado safe area. Respect the polygon. Again, you're in the warning. You need to respect it. Stay in shelter. Again, we're still seeing that hook. Seeing a little bit of new storm development behind it here in Fort Branch, Oakland City. Additional rain that might hamper recovery efforts as far as getting stuff cleaned up. Hopefully we don't have any injuries or fatalities. We definitely don't want any of that, so hopefully we got our job done here and got the warnings out here and we won't have anybody injured. But we can continue to track a radar indicated tornado. Again, haven't seen many reports since. Again, this tornado's pretty much on the Pike-Du Bois County line. The latest information from Weather Service. It's still outside of this area. There are some gradient winds across western Kentucky. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts just reported in Morton's Gap. Again, those are non-thunderstorm winds. So low-level jet kicking up. Some of that winds making it down the surface. We'll do a radar check down there. Not much down there other than some showers. But don't be surprised to see some gusty winds tonight. Winds kicking up, especially with the jet kicking up here. Update from Evansville Watch advising the eastbound lanes of I-64 are closed as well now between the 7 and 9 mile marker. Again, they got a mess to clean up there, so they definitely need to get all that cleaned up. Alright, we're going to come down here and focus on this cell just because we're getting close to the metro area with this. Again, radar indicated tornado here. Haven't had any reports. 1-inch diameter hail possible, moving east at about 43 miles an hour again. We'll see these storms pick up in speed just like this Gibson County cell did. We went from 30 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour pretty quick. So definitely storms are moving at a pretty good clip. Again, we're going to keep an eye on this storm because here in southern Posey, southern Vanderburgh, southern Warwick, this area has been untouched by storms. Still want to keep an eye on it. These things definitely could turn, shift directions. We'll go ahead and give you a path cast. This is for the severe thunderstorm warning. We're mainly looking for large hail here. Thompsonville in 2 minutes. North City 26 minutes. Carmi, Monty, Crossville, Upton, Phillipstown, Harmony State Park, Farmersville, Solitude. You guys are all eventually in the path of the severe thunderstorm that potentially produce large hail. Again, we're going to keep an eye on these cells because they can produce tornadoes with little to no warning, so we definitely want to be prepared for the potential for a tornado. Again, it's going to be a close call. We'll see how this tracks out here as it gets closer to the metro area. But as of right now, severe thunderstorm warning for northern Saline County, close to Galata, and we'll keep an eye on it to see if warnings are extended into the rest of Hamilton and White County and the northern Saline County for potential severe thunderstorm. Again, large hail, the main concern, and we'll keep an eye out maybe for a little rotation right here. We'll keep an eye on that, see how that all develops and turns out as it gets closer to the metro area here. We'll take a look at our Pike County cell again. And our rotation's kind of falling apart back there. Not as impressive as earlier. And still see the rotation there just to the northwest of Jasper. Again, you still need to remain in your tornado safe area. The storm has a history of producing tornadoes, and it's been a long path of damage from essentially Perry County, Missouri, all the way up into potentially Du Bois County here. We'll see if they get any damage reports after the storm moves through the area. But again, our rotation is pretty close to Jasper here. If you're in Jasper, you need to be in a substantial shelter as this tornado passes pretty close to the area here, so you definitely want to remain in a shelter. In Gibson County, we're seeing some additional thunderstorms pop up. You're going to see another wave move in from the west here of showers and thunderstorms. Nothing severe right now, but again, cleanup and rescue efforts are going to be a little hampered here, especially with additional storms that are going to produce dangerous lightning. Put them first responders at risk with all that lightning out there, so we definitely want to keep our well wishes with those in Gibson County and White County as they start the recovery effort. I had a report of some a house damaged in Owensville. That's about all I'm seeing as far as damage. Still sending a lot of help to Crossville. Some additional fire departments from the north heading into Crossville. Aaron Jones, if you can hear me, I know you're over in Crossville. Give me a shout. Let me know what's going on there, because I know you would have information in that area. Again, essentially stay out of the southern Gibson County area, and they got to get that tornado went through the area. Let's see, it was a live stream. I'm not sure where they were at there, but working on getting all that cleaned up. Again, I-64 is closed east and westbound near the Illinois state line for trees blocking the roadway. Again, still watching our cell here, pushing into northern Saline County, southern Hamilton County. As of right now, that's just a severe thunderstorm warning. I haven't seen any reports here from the National Weather Service in Paducah about any additional tornado warnings. You can see a little hook there, a little bit of rotation. Of course, the Paducah radar has a better shot right now. We're looking at it from Evansville, but it'll be moving closer to the Evansville radar, so we'll have a better view from Evansville here shortly. And we'll come back up to Du Bois County here. Again, that possible tornado that moved through Gibson County is just to the west-northwest of Jasper, so we're keeping an eye on that. Let's see, severe thunderstorm warning's been extended for Hamilton and Saline County. It goes until, actually no, that continues until 9:30. Again, as I mentioned, a possible tornado with that storm. Again, nothing confirmed yet, but with any supercell we had tonight, tornadoes will be possible. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Hopkins County. As I mentioned, we were watching a few storms just south of there. Again, we had some gradient winds, 50 miles an hour, but this cell's just to the northeast of Cadiz. Throw a path cast on that. And we're looking for 60 mile an hour winds and 1 inch diameter hail. Again, this cell's moving at 70 miles an hour, so it'll be there pretty quick. It's going to clip the southeast portions of Hopkins County and move across to Muhlenberg County. Muhlenberg County, you're not in a warning right now, but you could eventually be included in that warning. But let's see. Greenville about 29 minutes, Dortonville 17 minutes, White Plains 20 minutes, DePoy. All your schools here, feature we have here on the radars that we've been working on here the past several months is trying to incorporate all the schools in there, try to give you a point of interest. That way, if you're close to that point of interest, you have a general idea of when that storm's going to arrive there. So, you know, if you live near Muhlenberg County High School West, then I know in 29 minutes the storm's going to be there. So that's just something we're trying, a little extra tool that we're trying to give you guys. That way you can track the storms and have a general idea where everything's going to be. So those are just some times of arrival by minutes. Again, we go by the minutes. That way you can't focus just generally on the ETA arrival. Good news is with the cell to the west of Evansville, right now just severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning has been canceled on it. Again, we're still keeping an eye on it. Looks like it's getting a little bit better organized, kind of like Gibson County cell did. We'll keep an eye on it here. Again, it's moving into an undisturbed area where there's plenty of fuel for the storm to feed off of, so we'll keep an eye on that. Our storm up here near Jasper looks like it's recycling and getting better organized, seeing a new hook develop. See if it transitions in velocity here. New update coming across that. Still a little bit of range folding here, so we're not getting a good look here, but still a little bit of rotation north of Jasper, so we're keeping an eye on that. Again, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes, and we're starting to come out of the Evansville radar range here, so Louisville's radar will have a better vantage point of it, but again, not as impressive as earlier, but still treat it as if tornadoes on the ground. I definitely want to seek shelter. New tornado warning coming out for Trigg County. That's just outside of our area. Still cells we want to keep an eye on, especially for Muhlenberg and Hopkins County. So we'll keep an eye on those cells as they move this way. Again, kind of keeping an eye on what's going on down here at Paducah, and then the cell off to our west. Storms are pretty much scattered in nature. These storms running out here along on their own are the ones that we're concerned about, especially like the one out here in Saline and Hamilton County. Being out here by itself, it's got its own environment to feed off of. Doesn't have other storms to compete with, so we definitely want to keep an eye on it. It is starting to rotate now, seeing some meso markers show up on there, so we're going to keep an eye on it because it's going to be a close call for the metro. So new update from Paducah: the tornado warning for Pike County has been canceled. Again, it's halfway into Du Bois County here, so possible tornadoes crossed 231 along 231 now to the north of Jasper. Again, that'll be moving out of our area of responsibility here shortly. Let's take a look at another radar product. Take a look at this Saline County cell. Definitely keeping an eye on that, especially for the metro area. So give you an updated pathcast here on that cell. Zoom out here. Again, the concern here is this cell's potentially heading towards the metro. Still a lot of time for this cell to get reorganized. So a little pathcast here brought in around 6 minutes from now. Norris City 15 minutes, Omaha 15 minutes, 25 minutes for New Haven, Bonnie, Prairie, Upton, and Farmersville. Sorry about that. Weather radio there. Mount Vernon about 39 minutes, Caborn 45 minutes, and then we're talking into the west side of Evansville in about 50 minutes or so. Again, we want to keep a close eye on this storm. It is running by itself out here, has potential to tighten up, drop a tornado. It had a history out in Missouri as well. Again, not as impressive as our last one, but we definitely want to keep an eye on it. So we're going to do a quick reset right here. I'm going to update social media, and I will be back with you. We'll leave the radar up here so you can track this storm. We'll leave it right here on this Evansville cell because I figured a lot of you guys are here in southwest Indiana watching us, so we'll leave it up here on the Evansville cell because it has the potential to impact the most people. So we're going to sit here and take a look at a couple quick products real quick, and then we'll jump right back on here. Thank you for watching, and stand by for additional updates. And we're back with you. That was short and sweet. New tornado warning for that cell we were watching, again, like we mentioned, that we're keeping an eye on to the west of Evansville. New tornado warning just dropped for Hamilton County, southern White County, extreme northern Saline County, and then northeast Saline County, and northern Gatlin County. Excuse me, I have my counties mixed up there. Again, for a radar indicated tornado, new path gas just dropped on that, so we'll pull that one up here. Again, this is a cell we're concerned about that's heading towards the Evansville metro area. Again, radar indicated tornado, nothing that impressive on radar. Storm is getting better organized. Talking about some 1-inch diameter hail moving east at 55 miles an hour, so we're looking about an hour before it's here into the metro. About 55 minutes here on path gas, so that one has the potential to get pretty close here. We'll keep an eye on it, see what it does. Definitely tornado warning out with it, so we'll see if the rotation tightens up. Again, our rotation is right here just to the southwest of Broughton, so we're going to keep an eye on it, see if it tightens up. Again, it's storm running out on its own, nothing to compete with it, so usually it's not an environment you want the storm to be in, because that gives it the ability to strengthen, become better organized, and doesn't have any other storms to compete with. New damage picture we're retweeting on Twitter of a grain silo destroyed in Fort Branch. Tree down on Highway 65 car drove into. Definitely not a good night there for Gibson County. Let's see. Another update from our friends over at Evansville Watch. Per ISP, Highway 41 north and southbound lanes are shut down between County Road 550, which is the exit ramp to Toyota, down to State Road 68 where Hux is, due to power lines and debris in the roadway. Again, that was a pretty close call for the Toyota plant. It sounds like that tornado went between the Toyota plant and essentially where the VFW is there in Fort Branch, right along Highway 41. It sounds like where the tornado went right in between those two areas. So it was a pretty close call for Toyota, especially where there are a lot of workers on site there. About 2,000 to 3,000 people on site there at this time of night. So sounds like it went unscathed up there, but again, other portions of Fort Branch, Gibson County, not so lucky, and that's not what we want to hear. So hopefully no injuries, but we haven't seen any reports of any injuries so far. But for those in the Evansville Metro, again, we'll keep an eye on this storm. Mount Vernon, Farmersville, Posey County. Let's be on our guard here in the next 30 to 60 minutes as we watch this cell approach from the west. Again, radar indicated tornado, nothing confirmed at this point. Some 1-inch diameter hail. We'll see if the storm pulses up like our Gibson County cell did. I'm going to do some quick social media updates here so we can get our products out here, and I want to make sure we get all our followers and on Evansville Watch ready to go, so they're prepared for the potential for this tornadic storm to move towards the area. Again, rotation's looking impressive, meso's increasing, and something that we want to keep an eye on, especially if we start seeing our hail size increase. Again, the storm's not competing with any other storms, so it's in a favorable environment for strengthening and potentially to drop tornadoes. We're going to keep an eye on it here. We're still going to stick with you here. We just want to make sure we get some information out here to all our followers. See a report out of Du Bois County, no damage reports from the sheriff's department. That's a positive sign. So again, hopefully that tornado dissipated once it got out of Fort Branch, which it passed over a lot of rural areas there. So hopefully it'll be limited damage once it got outside of our area. Again, another line of storms pushing into Gibson County. Again, that's going to impact recovery efforts here. There'll be a lot of lightning, some heavy rain, maybe a little hail. Again, not seeing anything severe at this point. Take a look at the velocity, make sure you're not in winds. And keeping an eye on some rotation here to the south. East of Broughton now, just to the southwest of North City, just to the northwest of Omaha. Again, we'll keep an eye on that, especially as it approaches the metro area here. Don't want to get too concerned right now. We're going to watch this storm, see what it does. Definitely the potential for some additional warnings here for Posey or Vandenberg County as we head into the next 30 minutes or so. Again, we want to keep an eye on it. It's running out on its own. Has a potential to produce a tornado, especially in the environment we're in tonight. So we want to keep an eye on it. Doing some quick social media updates here. I think the radar's still up on your screen, so. We will be with you here through the night, so if you want to stick around with us, we'll be here posting social media updates, and then we'll be doing live feeds as tornado issues arise. So it's easier for me being solo tonight to do a little live stuff here with you and keep you informed on everything. So definitely want to keep our eyes on this cell to the west. Again, radar indicated tornado, nothing confirmed at this point. Again, it's nighttime, so we'll keep an eye on it. But not looking too impressive yet, but we're still keeping an eye on it. See that hail size starts increasing, and again, our cold front's still back in Missouri. There's a squall line that's developed along the cold front. That would be our final event of the night, which looks multiple hours away still. So we're still looking at rounds of supercell thunderstorms like what we're experiencing right now. We'll have a supercell form, another one will form behind it. Again, that's the biggest threat for tornadoes tonight, especially these individual storms that run out on their own. That don't have other storms to compete with. They have a better chance of getting that energy they need to produce those tornadoes. Yeah, this is one of our better severe weather setups we've had in a while, and unfortunately it's going on during the nighttime, as we've experienced multiple times in this area with nocturnal tornadoes. It's definitely not something we want to mess with at nighttime. So, especially with the history here, and even in Newburgh and Evansville with the EF3 back in November, it's definitely still fresh in our minds from the events we've had over the past several years. Still some damage reports coming out of Owensville. Houston County Sheriff's Office saying at this point there is nothing that would confirm anyone being unaccounted for in the county. That's some good news, but see a destroyed mobile home on County Road 650 in Fort Branch. Keeping an eye on our rotation right now. Rotations between Norris City and Omaha. Not tight, but still some rotation there. It's not strong at this time. It's heading towards Harold. Eventually Monty here in southern White County. Eventually we'll see that move into Posey County. So we should see potentially a warning for most of Posey County here in the next 15 minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes. So again, we're keeping an eye on that cell, especially since it has the potential to track towards the Evansville Metro. So take a look at our velocity products. And that's on our velocity products, so we'll switch that. Again, possible rotation here just to the east of Norris City now. I'll go path cast up on that again, give you an update here. Again, close call, Monty about 15 minutes. Upton 18 minutes, Harmony State Park in about 21 minutes, Farmersville, Solitude, Mount Vernon High School in about 20, Wadesville, South Terrence Elementary, Blairsville, St. Philip's School, St. Wendell School, Highland, Evansville, and Darmstadt in about 30 to 45 minutes. And then we're looking into Warwick County here in about 55 to 60 minutes here. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that rotation, especially since that cell's still out here running by itself. We see it get better organized, easily produce a tornado, and we definitely want to be on our guard here in Posey and Vanderburgh County here in the next 15 minutes, especially for Posey County, the next 30 to 45 minutes for Vanderburgh County. Get an update thrown up here on for our friends over here at Evansville Watch. I know Bill's working hard tonight, still posting updates, burning the midnight oil, so we appreciate that, and we appreciate everything they do for us over at Evansville Watch. We're proud to be a part of that. We're going to kick audio off here for a second. I'm going to do a couple more updates real quick here. I'm still going to be with you. I'll leave the video up here, but as soon as I see something that I need to jump back on here, I'll jump back on and let you guys know what I'm seeing. Again, most of the rotation with this storm, still weak rotation is near Harold right now in southern White County, approaching the Monty area. In Posey County, Vanderburgh County, could see a warning issued here shortly. In Evansville Metro, it might be a close call here. Could slide just to the north of us here in the metro area, but again, we'll keep an eye on it here. I'm sure the Weather Service is making a decision now on if they're going to issue a new warning. If they do, it could be a severe thunderstorm warning, could be a tornado warning. Again, we're seeing some strong winds just to the south of Crossville, and this would potentially some damaging winds, maybe about 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. Crossville's Phillipstown heading towards the New Harmony area, so don't be surprised if you see some gusty winds, especially in those areas. And the hail's not too impressive with this as it was with the last one, but again, we'll keep an eye on it, see if it pulses up here, and could see a little small hail near Harold, but again, nothing sticking out like a sore thumb on the cell right now. But we'll keep an eye on it here, and we'll jump back in with any updates here.